Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Mashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Nanda Paramashivam. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Anandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvati Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvati Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. With the most auspicious blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. With the most auspicious blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we welcome you all with our love and respects to one more extraordinary day of Nithya Satsang. These days have been extraordinary, and Paramashiva himself, Swamiji, has begun to deliver the secrets, the best kept secrets of the Sarvajnanottara Agama, the Agama that was given exclusively by Paramashiva to Lord Subramanya, his very own son. Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we welcome you all with our love and respects to one more extraordinary day of Nithya Satsang. These days have been extraordinary, and Paramashiva himself, Swamiji, has begun to deliver the secrets, the best kept secrets of the Sarvajnanottara Agama, the Agama that was given exclusively by Paramashiva to Lord Subramanya, his very own son. The deep secrets that have been revealed, can just by understanding them, just by getting a clear understanding of them, can liberate us. The most powerful, the most extraordinary, the most insightful truths about the whole cosmos are being shared by Paramashiva himself. And we have been discussing how to align ourselves, how to be in the best possible way to receive it. We are so fortunate. We are, by understanding them, just by getting a clear understanding of them, can liberate us. The most powerful, the most extraordinary, the most insightful truths about the whole cosmos are being shared by Paramashiva himself. And we have been discussing how to align ourselves, how to be in the best possible way to receive it. We are so fortunate. We are at the breakthrough of consciousness. We are witnessing that. And at this moment, to be here, to be part of the grand Leela, the Avatar Leela, the inner workings of an incarnation, to be through of consciousness. We are witnessing that. And at this moment, to be here, to be part of the grand Leela, the Avatar Leela, the inner workings of an incarnation, to be part of that, to be part of the mechanics, and to go through, to live through the Leela. Leela, as you know, is the divine play, the cosmic play, through the inner workings of an incarnation. How beautifully Paramashiva executes to be part of the mechanics and to go through, to live through the Leela. Leela, as you know, is the divine play, the cosmic play, through the inner workings of an incarnation. How beautifully Paramashiva executes the whole picture, the whole conscious breakthrough. Just by us understanding that Leela, the Leela Dhyana, can itself liberate us. Joining with us today is Sri Nithya Pujananda Swami. Welcome, Swami, to the panel.
Nithyanandam.
The whole picture, the whole conscious breakthrough. Just by us understanding that Leela, the Leela Dhyana, can itself liberate us. Joining with us today is Sri Nithya Pujananda Swami. Welcome, Swami, to the panel.
Nithyanandam.
Swami, we are talking about the Sarvajnanottara Agama and how Paramashiva delivered it to Subramanya, Lord Subramanya, and how now Swamiji, Paramashiva is sharing that with all of us. And as part of the Leela Dhyana, how the whole is beautifully unfolding. Swami, we are talking about the Sarvajnanottara Agama and how Paramashiva delivered it to Subramanya, Lord Subramanya, and how now Swamiji, Paramashiva is sharing that with all of us. And as part of the Leela Dhyana, how the whole is beautifully unfolding, things just simply falling in place. So I wanted to have your thoughts on you also, Swami. Please.
Yes, actually, the whole when we start now understanding about the Leela of the Avatar Leela, actually, the Leela is such a nice uh, word. It's the very word Leela.
Falling in place. So I wanted to have your thoughts on you also, Swami. Please.
Yes, actually, the whole when we start now understanding about the Leela of the Avatar Leela, actually, the Leela is such a nice word. It's the very word Leela touches actually every devotee. The moment we use the word Leela, as if something get hooked in. The whole remembrance of the incarnations, all doings forms the part of actually every devotee. The moment we use the word Leela, as if something get hooked in. The whole remembrance of the incarnations, all doings forms the part of Leela. Once I was reading a book where, when I was, I think Swamiji's book, where he was talking about the purposelessness of life in one place. So life is purposelessness. And that time I was just thinking, if life is purposelessness, then why Swamiji is doing work day and night? See, if nothing has a meaning, then why Swamiji is doing work Leela? Once I was reading a book where, when I was, I think Swamiji's book, where he was talking about the purposelessness of life in one place. So life is purposelessness. And that time I was just thinking, if life is purposelessness, then why Swamiji is doing work day and night? See, if nothing has a meaning, then why Swamiji is doing work day and night, and almost everybody is like it is beyond like normal scenario how much a person works. How much we have seen in our life, even the so-called workaholics. I have day and night, and almost everybody is like it is beyond like normal scenario how much a person works. How much we have seen in our life, even the so-called workaholics. I have, after seeing Swamiji, I forgot everything. Actually, such a workaholic, the being I have never seen. Actually, look, God in action, in not having a physical body is, which I do not know, but God in action in physical body is for us is Swamiji. Actually, this is very evident for us because we have never seen a being in so much in action in our physical body. Now I'm like 43 years, but in the last 43 years, after seeing Swamiji, I forgot everything. Actually, such a workaholic, the being I have never seen. Actually, look, God in action, in not having a physical body is, which I do not know, but God in action in physical body is for us is Swamiji. Actually, this is very evident for us because we have never seen a being in so much in action in our physical body. Now I'm like 43 years, but in the last 43 years, I've never seen such a being other than Swamiji himself. So this question comes: if life is purposelessness, then what is there is meaning? What is the meaning of life? Then why to do this? I've never seen such a being other than Swamiji himself. So this question comes: if life is purposelessness, then what is there is meaning? What is the meaning of life? Then why to do this? Just sit somewhere and spend time. Like that used to come usually in the mind. But then in subsequent thoughts, when the whole life unfolds, if it is purposelessness, but it is not purposelessness what we understand. We understand purposeless means there is one purpose, and if I don't do that much work, it's I have a limitation of achieving something, and then that is what constitutes as the purpose. But purposelessness is a great, and just sit somewhere and spend time, like that used to come usually in the mind. But then in subsequent thoughts, when the whole life unfolds, if it is purposelessness, but it is not purposelessness what we understand. We understand purposeless means there is one purpose, and if I don't do that much work, it's I have a limitation of achieving something, and then that is what constitutes as the purpose. But purposelessness is a great and grand Leela. That only is when I see Swamiji's mission unfolds in front of me. So this purposelessness does not mean, that only is when I see Swamiji's mission unfolds in front of me. So this purposelessness does not mean, not being sincere, not being intense is what usually understood by a common man. There is no purpose means it is not being intense, not being driven, not being authentic to the core. But if we understand the Leela dimension, then that Leela dimension is a play. Like for example, the child, like how the child plays and the father gets defeated, but still father continue to play. Like there is a purposelessness does not mean, not being sincere, not being intense is what usually understood by a common man. There is no purpose means it is not being intense, not being driven, not being authentic to the core. But if we understand the Leela dimension, then that Leela dimension is a play. Like for example, the child, like how the child plays and the father gets defeated, but still father continue to play. Like there is a play happens, and the let's say cricket, and the father gets out. Oh, I got out. And the let's say cricket, and the father gets out. Oh, I got out. You are bowling very well. And again, still it's not that he is bowling very well, but he plays the game, just for entertainment. The whole thing is that's the way the whole mission, whole thing of Swamiji is running as a complete grand Leela. From that context, when I see every happening, every event, the whole things unfolds us is that there is that the element which we miss, in the whole happening of the Swamiji's mission, the avataric mission. We get jolted, we get frustrated, or any point in time we feel you are bowling very well, and again still it's not that he is bowling very well, but he plays the game, just for entertainment. The whole thing is that's the way the whole mission, whole thing of Swamiji is running as a complete grand Leela. From that context, when I see every happening, every event, the whole things unfolds us is that there is that the element which we miss, in the whole happening of the Swamiji's mission, the avataric mission. We get jolted, we get frustrated, or any point in time we feel not able to understand, because the way the Guru functions, the way Swamiji functions, and the change happens is a continuous change actually. Today Swamiji introduces something, and tomorrow he introduces something new and something very unique. Something which comes just from the sky, again unfolds in front of us. So it's like every day he gives, he actually defeats my logic. Every day he's the incarnation of bringing the continuous change. So sometimes I feel, oh, whatever, like, how's the way the organization has to function, how's the way we have to clothe ourselves, how's the way we have to feed ourselves, in everything, the way the guru functions, the way Swamiji functions, and the change happens is a continuous change. Actually, today Swamiji introduces something, and tomorrow he introduces something new and something very unique, something which comes just from the sky, again unfolds in front of us. So it's like every day he gives, he actually defeats my logic. Every day he's the incarnation of bringing the continuous change. So sometimes I feel, oh, whatever, like, how's the way the organization has to function, how's the way we have to clothe ourselves, how's the way we have to feed ourselves, in everything. Tomorrow there is no end. He can bring anything new tomorrow. I cannot say that today is the final day. In the Leela, this part is very evident, that Swamiji keeps bringing change in every now and then about everything, and connects it with the source. Everything is so connected, so grounded, but everything is so new. So today, whatever we until now, whatever we have learned, whatever we are doing, it is actually absolutely not the end. Neither this is going to be continued forever. Actually, the ground will be, the context will be the same. Everything will be grounded. Everything will be absolutely interconnected. But tomorrow there is no end. He can bring anything new tomorrow. I cannot say that today is the final day. In the Leela, this part is very evident, that Swamiji keeps bringing change in every now and then about everything, and connects it with the source. Everything is so connected, so grounded, but everything is so new. So today, whatever we until now, whatever we have learned, whatever we are doing, it is actually absolutely not the end. Neither this is going to be continued forever. Actually, the ground will be, the context will be the same. Everything will be grounded. Everything will be something new the moment he appears, the moment he starts, chipping in. Even anything Swamiji has told, last 20,000 hours of discourses what Swamiji has given, one thing he keeps on telling from new dimensions, whether you call it absolutely interconnected, but there will be something new the moment he appears, the moment he starts, chipping in. Even anything Swamiji has told, last 20,000 hours of discourses what Swamiji has given, one thing he keeps on telling from new dimensions, whether you call it unclutching, whether you call it completion science, whether you call it power manifestation, in everything there is a, I feel he's like infinite dimension he speaks now, and there is no end to it. And I'm really, whether you call it completion science, whether you call it power manifestation, in everything there is a, I feel he's like infinite dimension he speaks now, and there is no end to it. And I'm really, I don't think there will be any end to it at all until Bhagavan keeps on appearing and keeps on adding. So the one part I can say that, which is a great message in the mission, that enlightenment is not the end. Enlightenment is not the ultimate. It is absolutely new, which every time it adds something. So that's what I'm seeing in the Avatar Leela. I don't think there will be any end to it at all until Bhagavan keeps on appearing and keeps on adding. So the one part I can say that which is a great message in the mission, that enlightenment is not the end. Enlightenment is not the ultimate. It is absolutely new, which every time it adds something. So that's what I'm seeing in the Avatar Leela of Swamiji. Every time he appears, he brings something new to the existence. He adds something new understanding, some new dimension, and it is never ending. The brilliance of the sun is every time he appears, he brings something new to the existence. He adds something new understanding, some new dimension, and it is never ending. The brilliance of the sun, it's like it is never ending. It's like the same thing. The depth of him never ends. It keeps on manifesting, exemplifying, soaring in so many dimensions, and awakens us, and that's the reason we always feel excited, because he's never the same. Still the very core is the same, but still he's never the same. And that is, we can say, that is a paradox. So that's why my take, like, it is never ending. It's like the same thing. The depth of him never ends. It keeps on manifesting, exemplifying, soaring in so many dimensions, and awakens us, and that's the reason we always feel excited, because he's never the same. Still the very core is the same, but still he's never the same. And that is, we can say, that is a paradox. So that's why my take. Yes, Swami, how do you feel?
Swami, absolutely. The whole science sometimes cannot be explained in words.
Yes, Swami, how do you feel?
Swami, absolutely. The whole science sometimes cannot be explained in words. How, let's say, the functioning of the universe, the cosmic truths, they can be delivered in words, but how exactly it becomes a part of us. The words, they can penetrate and they can become our own truths. Yes, that can happen, but we need to be open enough and create a very deep space of listening for that to happen. A deep space of oneness and listening that needs to happen. And most of us, I can say, we're not there all the time. So let's say the functioning of the universe, the cosmic truths, they can be delivered in words, but how exactly it becomes a part of us. The words, they can penetrate and they can become our own truths. Yes, that can happen, but we need to be open enough and create a very deep space of listening for that to happen. A deep space of oneness and listening that needs to happen. And most of us, I can say, we're not there all the time. So the other alternative of how this whole cosmic truth is being revealed to us is simply through the other alternative of how this whole cosmic truth is being revealed to us is simply through the incarnations, the Leela Dhyana. Like Swami was sharing, the purposelessness of life. We can go on, and the discourses can happen. The words can be expressed and exchanged, and even we may have understood them from a logical perspective, from a very knowledge-based understanding that can happen. But will that become the truth for us? Will that become the truth that forms the basis of our life decisions? Will that be the platform of my inner, the incarnations, the Leela Dhyana? Like Swami was sharing, the purposelessness of life. We can go on, and the discourses can happen. the words can be expressed and exchanged, and even we may have understood them from a logical perspective, from a very knowledge based understanding that can happen. But will that become the truth for us? Will that become the truth that forms the basis of our life decisions? Will that be the platform of my inner infrastructure? That can only happen when we imbibe it. Infrastructure. That can only happen when we imbibe it. The best way for that to happen is when we see the whole truth in action, the whole cosmic truth in action. And that is the avatar. That is the happening of an incarnation. The whole cosmic truth. Simply, the best way for that to happen is when we see the whole truth in action, the whole cosmic truth in action. And that is the avatar. That is the happening of an incarnation. The whole cosmic truth simply expressing through every action or even non-action of an incarnation. That is the Leela Dhyana. Like we just heard from Atma Pujananda Swami, we can talk about purposelessness. We can understand it. We can even imbibe it. We can internalize it. So many of this Kandana Mandana can happen. Questioning and answering can happen. All of that beautifully can settle within ourselves. But there is a gap. Does that really become the truth on which my life stands? When I'm faced with a life situation, am I making decisions based on that truth? As that become my decision making process? If not, it is still up in the air. I have understood it, but it has not been brought down to earth. Practically, it has not started to become my reality. That difference is bridged when we are in the Leela Dhyana, when we meditate on the happening of an incarnation. When that happens, simply the truths expressed by the incarnation become our reality. Very simply, if you look at the whole life, how Swamiji's life is just an open book, and it's a very live scripture also. Keeps on updating us with deeper insights, deeper knowledge of the cosmic truth, so we can be liberated. So simply we can understand and be in oneness and celebrate the divine presence happening inside us. So beautifully, the Leela Dhyana, in fact, is probably the only foolproof solution, foolproof methodology for the truth to be transformed, transmitted, the truth to be imbibed and expressed. Now, we have seen that in the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna also mentions very, very simply, if you want to know me, you have to see how I function. By knowing how my actions are, what is the basis of my actions, you can be liberated. Go ahead, Swami.
Yes, in fact, there is a whole lot when we talk about the Leela of the Avatara. See, actually, it's when we leave the Guru who's living in the physical body, the depth of learning becomes very fast, and the depth of learning becomes it happens very intensely, because the first and foremost thing, the divine being is available in the human bodies is the way the Leela starts. So anything we read in scriptures, anything we read in Puranas, it is absolutely great. But the moment the physical body with a physical body, the divine appears, no, it is every scripture, every knowledge is to bring us to that point, to bring us to the Guru. So because we until we reach the Guru, all the scriptures, everything, they really work very intensely to make us mature, so that we understand when the Guru happens in physical body. So the meaning behind all scriptures, all the other forms of knowledge, is to recognize the Guru in physical form. When we recognize the Guru in physical form, after that, especially when the divine incarnation himself comes in a physical body, after that it is between Guru and disciple. So when the Guru is alive, and the play is happening, so knowing the very life of the Guru can entirely transmit. When we say that the transmission of knowledge happening, or the transmission of light happening from the Guru to disciple, it's basically completely merging yourself, or we can say that completely understanding and more knowing your Guru. Actually, that's what is all about. See, in love, when the love happens, even I am talking about the normal so-called love, what the society understands. It's basically one person trying to know another person. It may be infatuation or whatever it is, but it starts somewhere. It starts where the one person tries to discover another person. That's how the love happens. So when this love happens with the divine, is when the master appears. Whenever we have the love starts happening, is called seeking. Whenever seeking happens, the master, the Guru, the divine incarnation happens in a physical body, appears in front of us. When we want to discover our Gurudeva and what he says, what he does, how he runs everything, so the moment we discover him, suddenly the transmission of light happens. That is what is the whole process. So so the whole knowledge transmission process is, first, whatever scriptures we read, the very purpose of the scriptures is to take us, to help us to recognize the divine incarnation in a physical body who appears. If people are not able to recognize, that means they have not gone depth into the knowledge of the scriptures to recognize the very happening of the divine incarnation. Whoever has the Bhagavatam happens inside the person is the tuning into the Leela of the divine incarnation. So this tuning into the Leela of divine incarnation, after that actually it is between Guru and disciple, and Swamiji feels, which is divine holiness feels, it is to be, we have to go through it, we will go through it. If he decides we don't need to go through, we will not go through. Even Grah's interferences, it's after we come into the fold of this play, which is completely is happening, with the permission and the whole, it is like we are in the womb of Swamiji. Like we are in the mother's womb. In the mother's womb, without mother's doing, things are not possible. Whatever mother wants, only that will be possible. So it's the same thing in the womb of a divine incarnation, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. We all existing, and this Leela is happening in that. When we attune with this Leela, we know that even the grahas and nakshatras or whatever, nothing has a say in it. The ultimate say in it is only of Bhagavan, nobody else's. Other than him, nobody has the final say in this. So in this whole thing, the understanding every action of Swamiji, what he is doing, and what is and how he moves from one thing to another thing, and imbibing, getting united with it and cherishing and enjoying. All this becomes the part of the Leela. So Leela is a very comprehensive, but even though it is comprehensive, it is just a play. So even though it has dimensions, but it is just a play. So that is how, when Swamiji is not teaching about this science of Sarvatra Jnana Agama, now this Leela of raising us to the space of Subramanya through this Sarvatra Jnana Agama, what I am understanding is that Swamiji is raising all his disciples to the space of Subramanya. The Pati of Paramashiva, this incident which has happened thousands of years before, when the Sarvatra Jnana Agama had happened, it's actually now, it is happening. If you think it is a mere explanation on the sutras, I'm thinking then we are not getting the right. It's not the right understanding. Sarvatra Jnana Agama is again happening. Ask and giving the reason behind it, how Subramanya is behaving. So unless Swamiji explains the whole dynamics of Subramanya space, we can never get into the Subramanya space. And Swamiji's one side he's explaining the space of Subramanya, and the another side he is revealing the truths from the Pati, the Paramashiva side. So see his actions in both the fronts. He is making us, raising us from wherever we are to the Subramanya space, and he is also giving the knowledge, the revelations from the Paramashiva side. So this multi-dimensional, unfolding of his actions, raising the disciples and raising the whole existence with the and revealing the extreme secrets of the universe, is what is Sarvatra Jnana Agama is, which is happening now.
Thank you, Swami. And we would like to now watch in Swamiji's words how he explains another incarnation that has happened of Sri Krishna, and how he himself has said, just by you knowing my actions, you can know me, the inner core of me, and be liberated. Let's watch this satsang, and then we'll continue to discuss the Leela Dhyana, how we can be a part of it, and how that can be the most extraordinary way for us to be in oneness.
Krishna says beautifully in the Gita, if you know how I function, you will become enlightened. I tell you, Krishna is the greatest strategizer based on this Paramadharma Ahimsa. Fools and stupids, anti-Hindus are those who claim Krishna made Mahabharata war. No! Understand? Krishna personally went to negotiate peace. And he was abused. And Krishna knows he will be abused, he may be abused when he goes for negotiating peace, but still he took the risk. Not only abused, there was a murder attempt on Krishna. There was a murder attempt. Krishna followed all the rules of an ambassador, means coming without any protection, weapon, without any security guard, army, nothing. Just Nirayudhabani, he came. And this bloody Gaurava fellows and Duryodhana, due to his extreme delusion, he orders Krishna's arrest. And then the whole earth shakes. And Bhumadevi kicked him out of his throne. He was thrown out of his throne. Thrown. Thrown out of his throne. Throne. That time itself Bhumadevi decided this fellow, this Duryodhana, should not win in the war. See, arresting Krishna, not only not right as per the country law, it's atrocious as per even the cosmic law. Both the way. And originally Hindu kingdoms are supposed to run by cosmic law. It is cosmic law which runs the Hindu countries. Cosmic law itself is adopted as a country's law. That's why the constitutions are drawn. I'm telling you guys. When I read more and more the Hindu constitutions and Hindu criminal procedure codes, what a civilization. I'm just every day falling in love with Manu, Bharadwaja, Yajnavalkya. I tell you guys, I will at least keep all this alive in one place where the future by the grace of Paramashiva and Parashakti, because they are blessing me with the power manifestation signs, more and more with the power manifestation signs, I am going to inspire many countries' decision makers, judges, administrators to study Hindu scriptures. Just for that, I am collecting and organizing everything. When a judge in a developed country is surprised about the power manifestation signs of Hinduism, I will make sure and support him to understand Hindu judicial system, how life positivities. Even though Krishna inspired Arjuna to wage the war, his core being is non-violent. Let me correct the statement, listen. Even though Krishna inspired Arjuna to wage the war, he was never a violent person. He is absolutely established in non-violence. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Understand? Understand this one example. Fools think I am wearing gold, only I know I am wearing Rudraksha. Fools think I am wearing gold, but intelligent people understand I am wearing Rudraksha. Rudraksha is the core I am wearing. Krishna is absolutely non-violent to his core. He wants the humanity to be saved. But those days, the foolish, when he was in the body, the foolish human beings who did not listen made the Mahabharata war and the destruction. Even at that situation, Krishna made sure that minimum damage is done and at least humanity is spared. Understand this. Core of me, or Krishna, our core which does the strategy, is pure compassion, non-violence, ahimsa. Janma karma chame divyam evam yovetti tattvataha tyaktva deham punarjanmanaiti mameti sorjuna. Understand? I'll expand on this verse when I am continuing with the whole satsang. Now just listen to the verse. Janma karma chame divyam evam yovetti tattvataha tyaktva deham punarjanmana iti mameti sorjuna. Punarjanma naiti. Na iti naiti. Mameti sorjuna. Now listen. Let me. Fundamental. If you understand the true nature of my existence and the activities, you will become liberated and you will not be bound by the birth-death cycle. One who knows the true nature of my happening and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world and attains my eternal abode.
So as we were listening to Swamiji, how Swamiji was explaining, to know, when we know the life of the Guru, it in the Bhagavad Gita, it is saying that once we know him, the divine incarnation, his very life, we do not have a second birth. But even before, really understand it happens inside us. Actually, Guru is the living Shastra. It's like we are reading the Puranas or the Bhagavad Gita. We can directly read the life of the Guru, and directly, because all those teachings, all those happenings which had happened in the life of Guru, has, as Swamiji had, actually all those occurrences which raises our understanding and finally merges us with the truth. So the life stories of Swamiji is very important. The life story of the incarnation is very important, with whom we are living. And when we know the life happenings and the messages, what has occurred in him, how in his childhood he played the Leela, and all those incidents comes as a learnings to us, which connects us with the great teachings. For example, in fact, we will cherish the learning which happened, how Swamiji had the understanding of Advaita, the entire science of power manifestation, what we are learning today, the Sakti dimension, the foundation of this Sakti dimension and the power manifestation is this very understanding of Advaita. This is the very foundation. How Swamiji had this experience, this click in his childhood, we will listen. See, as I remember, I'm narrating this story. In his childhood, Swamiji had he had heard about Advaita from his many other gurus. Mata Vibhudananda Devi, Raghupati Yogi, even from Annamalai Swamigal, who used to chant Rivu Gita and talks about the Advaita philosophy. Even though he heard many times about Advaita philosophy, but it never became a strategy of his life. It never, as a click, it never happened to him. He never strategized his life based on Advaita before it clicked him. He heard many times. But one day, his Gurudeva, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, the direct Lord Shiva himself, when he was teaching Swamiji, he started talking about the same principle of Advaita. When he started talking about the same principle of Advaita, well, naturally, because once we hear some things, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, we think he is also going to do this, tell the same thing. So that's what Swamiji is thinking in his mind, that already I have heard from my other gurus. So, it's not that he is disrespecting at that point in time. He knowing, listening to the guru is absolutely necessary, and he respects that. But because he heard many times and nothing has clicked inside him, So he just took it for granted. Okay, the same thing what I have heard from other gurus also, same thing Arunagiri Yogeshwara is also telling. So he just casually, nodding his head and kind of a, kind of a sleepiness, the yawning, kind of that kind of face is happening because it's not very much interesting because he has not got the click. At that very moment, Arunagiri Yogeshwara has such a tremendous presence. His eyes and his long hair and the magnificent attraction that his very presence creates. He very subtly noted in Swamiji's eyes something of not matching to the, as if he's not got the click, and this and he's kind of getting into a sleepy mood. At that very moment, he locked his eyes with Swamiji. The fierce lock-in. I have, in fact, I have experienced this many times with Swamiji. When we don't really, we don't understand something, he either hold us, or he just look towards us, such a fierceful eyes like this, like such a fierceful eyes. Suddenly, the sleep, the absent-mindedness, that just leaves our system. So I think I'm just visualizing how that moment could be, when Lord Shiva is in the form of Arunagiri Yogeshwara has locked his eyes with Swamiji. Something surely would have happened where he would have just, Swamiji got brought back into that very moment. And at that moment also, Swamiji is sharing that even Arunagiri Yogeshwara, it's not that he gave a big lecture or he told something elaborately about the Shastras. Nothing of that should happen. It's the whole way the Guru communicates the truths to the disciple, how Swamiji teaches us truth. I can say Swamiji is the Guru who made the whole Shastras user-friendly, and whose Shastras simplified into our lifestyle is what Swamiji. Such simple manner he teaches us, and maybe there's a reason behind it, because his Guru also taught him in such a simple manner, because the whole Advaita just in some hand movements, in some eye movements, he captured, like the whole it's like the whole presence has been captured as a knowledge happened inside, as a click inside happened, in Swamiji. So when he just got locked in with the eyes of Arunagiri Yogeshwara. At that time, Arunagiri Yogeshwara just giving a showing of his one hand and raising his one hand and just showing, okay, if I am wishing, if I decide, I raise my hand. Like this, he's showing. Just he's like this, he's showing. And he's asking, he's also just, as an expression, you. So then Swamiji is also realizing, oh, he's also raising his hand. And if I decide, I can raise it hand. After all, hand is what? It's a matter. The body is a matter. So if the consciousness decides, then it can raise the body. If it can raise the body, then it can raise anything. If the consciousness decides to raise this body, it can raise this body. If the consciousness decides to raise some other thing which is associated to this body, which is relative, which is near to this body, it can even lift whatever is the object which is near to this body. Suddenly it just clicked him, and he just bursted with laughter. And at the same time, Arunagiri Yogeshwara also burst with laughter. It's like whole sequence of the movement is like, in just few actions, the very presence and the action worked in such a manner that for so many times what Swamiji had heard through scriptures or through his gurus, other gurus sayings, but just the very click happened at that very moment, which is the basis of the power manifestation, the science of the power manifestation, science of Sakti, is this Advaita. Because we are consciousness, we can decide whatever we decide, the cosmos listens. If we decide, we are raising our hand. If we decide, we walk. If we are able to move this body, then we are also able to move that object. If we are able to move this object is this body, which is also a matter. We can able to move any object for that sake. So this revelation, this knowledge, when Swamiji was sharing, we could very well grasp how simple way the Advaita understanding is happening. If you really go to the scripture, if you read even hundreds of paragraphs, if you read hundreds of slokas, you can never have this understanding about Advaita, which is so simple and which can happen in just in few minutes within the movement of the body. And this story really brought us the complete understanding about Advaita, but in so simple manner that each one of us can grasp it. So, Swami, you can also share this, how this whole thing is the Onnudas, that's whole words he used actually. This is the most popular word.
Yes.
Swami Onnuda. So you can, this is the word actually said. And Swamiji got the click.
Yes, Swami. That's, like you said, it's the most popular term or phrase in the whole Nithyananda Sangha. And when we all listened to it, we were all right there. I think Swamiji really took us to that moment when he was sitting in front of Arunagiri Yogeshwara and he was experiencing that moment. He simply carried us all along with him when he was relating that event to all of us. We were absolutely transported there. And that moment, like we were discussing, how Advaita could have been explained in so many different ways. It could have taken a series of discourses. It could have been a lot of processes, a lot of meditations. So many things could have happened. But simply by this, how Paramashiva himself, manifesting as Arunagiri Yogeshwara and manifesting as Swamiji, in that play, showcasing the whole world what Advaita is. It could have been expressed, it could have been in a much more detailed way explained and showcased in much different ways. But here, through this Leela, simply Swamiji sitting there with Arunagiri Yogeshwara as he used to for the 9.5 months that Swamiji had the opportunity to spend with him. And during that time, this one moment, we all know that there is no movement, there is no motion, there is no word that comes out of Swamiji that does not have a meaning or a purpose. In much the same way, Swamiji himself says, Paramashiva, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, is a man of, shouldn't say man, but the incarnation is uses very small words. He does not use large words and large dialogue. Very small, very crisp words. And in this, through this experience, through this act, through this enactment He is able to showcase for ages to come, for generations to come. This is how an incarnation relates with you. This is how an incarnation can condense and transmit the experience of oneness to you. This is how the whole concept, the understanding of the cosmos can be very simply given. Without any effort, it can happen. Through this one small incident in Swamiji's life, how he enacted it, how he brought it upon, and how he, and for all of us, his devotees and disciples, he, as Paramashiva, Swamiji, has created the same moment for every one of us. If you see in your life, there will be definitely one moment in your life with Swamiji. There is definitely that one moment when it all fell in place. When, how they call it, a click happens. The whole thing simply broke in front of you. That moment when you understood, when you simply just knew the truth that Swamiji is expressing, you knew it is the truth, and you knew that all along, this is what you have been looking for. You knew all along, this is what you actually wanted to see and wanted to hear. And Swamiji is expressing that exactly the same, that same truth, in the same manner that you wanted it to be expressed. And he is right there, and he's expressing it. Yes, Swami.
In fact, if somebody asks the question, if Swamiji is, when Swamiji is an avatara, so why again Swamiji has to have the this experience of Advaita, because Swamiji is already an incarnation. So it can be a question. So now people need to know, the audience need to know what is the understanding behind it. See, if the old stories would have been sufficient, I'm just telling, if Bhagavad Gita would have been sufficient, if Puranas would have been sufficient, we would have already attained enlightenment. We have gone through all Puranas. Please understand. We have gone through all the teachings, all the Shastras, but we are still no change happened inside us. No stone has become Paramashiva. We are still the same stone. We are not turning to be Paramashiva. So Paramashiva has to come down again and create stories which will click us. The whole Leela is being played because now this Leela is going to transform us. Because earlier stories did not change us. Now this Leela, this avataric Leela, is happening in such a way that when we connect with the avatara and his Leela Rahasya, which is happening from his childhood and till his youth, and which is continuing his Leela, this Leela is going to transform us. This Leela is going to transform, because earlier Leelas were, we already passed. That did not brought the change. That did not brought the understanding in us. If it would have brought the understanding in us, we would have attained enlightenment or whatever, realization of the God. If you have attained the realization of God, then Bhagavan did not have to come down all the way. But it is his grace, it is his compassion that he takes the form again and proves to the humanity that the science is absolutely perfect. The Shastra's reference is absolutely perfect. The path is absolutely perfect. So he walks the path because he wants to show us that the path is absolutely perfect. He wants to explain those understandings, to help us to grasp. So he brings the newness, the occurrings which are happening in the present moment and his very being, so that we can completely get united with him. If something we call it as history, we may think some story would have happened or not. But when we correlate with Swamiji, when we day in and day out, we listen to him, we see him physically, then that makes a deeper connectivity with the master, with the guru, with the Avatara Purusha. When the Avatara Purusha is alive and his life history is cherished, his life history is studied, his life history is imbibed, because Avatara has happened to repeat. Avatara means he is landed, he has come down. He does not belongs to this planet Earth, but he has landed here. Avatarana has happened. That is what is called Avatara. So Avatarana of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam has happened, who was again repeating all the occurrences for our benefit, because the same knowledge he is proving is absolutely perfect. The same science of Hinduism is absolutely perfect in all its dimension, and his very life is a knowledge giver. The moment we listen to him, the happenings of his life, we will exactly get tuned to this knowledge. Otherwise, Advaita is not a philosophy which can be grasped. It has taken years of understanding and study to grasp Advaita, but the very incident that gives the complete understanding of Advaita, and we can start radiating, because after that only the whole science of power manifestation has taken shape. When Swamiji had the experience of Advaita, he understood the whole, the will, how the whole movement, everything is happening in Advaita. It's not that how the divine will manifest is actually the whole science starts happening. So the power manifestation, the very backbone of this understanding, the very background of this understanding is Swamiji's experience. Swami Anuda. Yes, Swami.
And so beautifully put, Swami. And the incarnation, I think you brought in a very important point. Swamiji is already an incarnation, and he is Paramashiva. Why does he have to be initiated into oneness, or why does he have to be given that experience of oneness? I think when Swamiji was talking about the incarnation of Parvati, he beautifully addressed this question. When Parvati happened, she did come down to planet Earth, and she had to go through immense penance. She had to go through a series of events which come, or we can say, which lead her to realize her true nature, her true form. And through each one of them, even for example, as she's walking by, she finds that there is a crocodile who is actually biting somebody's legs off. And even that, through that, how she comes to the grand understanding, everything is as Paramashiva has given. Everything is how Paramashiva wanted it to happen, and how that beautiful understanding for herself happens even with that event. So through that, through the whole happening, even an incarnation, when they descend, they go through their everyday and ensure that through every moment there is something for us. There is something for us to imbibe. There is something for us to imbibe and liberate ourselves. A profound cosmic truth is expressed through every moment of an incarnation. And exactly what we see with Swamiji here. Every moment has been simply another opportunity for us. Being in the Leela Dhyana has been another opportunity for us. Now, I wanted to actually look into one aspect of the whole Leela, which is simply living with the Master. It gives us the ultimate opportunity, the most optimal, if not maximum opportunity to experience the Leela Dhyana, and how even through every small action, small movement, small grace, there can be so much that can be imbibed. I used to wonder, this is something that I wanted to share. When we hear about Paramashiva's 5 functions of the whole universe, how the universe goes through these 5 phases. There is creation, there is sustenance, rejuvenation, and liberating from illusion and liberation. And anugraha, which is simply the individual soul attaining the space of mukti, samadhi. So I used to wonder about this 4th part, the pulling out of illusion. The earlier understanding was putting into illusion, throw bhava. When I used to see it, or when I used to listen to it, I always used to wonder why this putting into illusion. I actually wanted to hear the story of Narada and Lord Krishna as narrated by Swamiji, which explains this whole beautiful process. How the Maya, putting somebody in a consciously created Maya, can actually liberate. I want to actually watch this video where Swamiji explains the story, and then we can continue to discuss.
I'll tell you the story from Krishna's life to explain attachment. Narada, those days news reporter, comes down and sees Krishna pressing the feet of Radha and putting mehendi, got completely annoyed and prepares a scandalous report, maybe some video also. But after all, he is a rishi, so before releasing it, he wanted to have one interview, direct interview with Krishna. Ask, are you caught in Maya? What is going on? I am going to circulate this report to all the 3 worlds. Krishna lost his enlightenment. Krishna smiles and says, do you know about Maya? Narada says, I know. Krishna says, no, you don't know. Then Narada says, come on, show me. Krishna says, I am feeling thirsty, can you just get me a little water? Narada goes to Yamuna to get water. Suddenly on the banks of Yamuna, Narada sees a beautiful woman, falls in love, asks her to marry. She also marries. Both of them move to the other side of Yamuna and start living happily. 100 years over. One day suddenly huge flood in Yamuna. So Narada is trying to move to a safe place. His house is washed, everything is lost. He is just trying to cross Yamuna by holding his beautiful wife and the child and some of his properties on the head by swimming. Slowly in the current, first properties goes away. Narada is crying. Then slowly in the little more current, one child is lost. He is crying, weeping. After a few moments, one more child gone. Now he is left alone with his wife. He is trying his best to swim and reach a safe place. Suddenly in the whirl, heavy current, The wife also lost the balance and he is lost the wife also. He is crying by intense breaking. Then suddenly he hears the voice, Narada, where is my water? He wakes up. That's all. He listens to the voice of Krishna. Narada, where is my drinking water? Still I am thirsty. Narada just wakes up. Oh God. Krishna, this is your Maya. Leave me. Have this report at your feet. I am going. And he touched not only the feet of Krishna and the feet of Radha. O Raseshwari, let me not be caught in Maya anymore. Let me be at your feet. Leave me. Blessed is Narada, who really wanted to have one last interview with Krishna before publishing the scandal. Attachment. Maya. If you sit in this seat and see what you will be seeing, and now what I am seeing. The only reason for these two different scenes. See, in the same place, if you sit, you will see something. But in the same place sitting, I am not seeing the same thing. I am seeing something different. If you want to see what I am seeing, only thing you need to do is remove the attachment, that's all. The only difference is attachment, nothing else. Even while all of you are not there, when there were bars in front of me, I was in the same mood because there is no attachment to all of you. Understand? Whether it is number of disciples or number of steel bars, did not create any disturbance because there is no attachment inside.
This story is very powerful, and many times this is given as the story that exemplifies the power of Maya. And it is exactly that. But for me, it also meant one more thing. Like I was describing, I always had this question about how the trove Baba is about putting in a delusion. How is that part of the function of Paramashiva himself? Then I understood. If you have listened to this story, Lord Krishna, he puts Narada into a situation. He puts him into, we can say, even one life cycle. The whole life cycle has been created for him so that he can come out of another bigger Maya. Here, earlier, Narada says he has this big question. I can say it is a deluded question of why human beings are so much involved in Maya. Why can't they just simply come out of it? To clear that, to make Narada understand the power of Maya and also give him the right understanding of what it can do. What Sri Krishna does, he creates a whole new life cycle, another Maya, if you will. And through that, he allows Narada to go through the whole cycle and then liberates him from that life cycle. But when he comes out, Narada is completely clear. He fully understands. He no longer has that deluded question. So, when it comes to the Leela Dhyana, even though by looking at, by visualizing it, by going through it, trying to understand it, that may actually put us into delusion. That may actually make us go through a life cycle by itself. But through that, the ultimate purpose is achieved of giving us the liberation, giving us the experience of oneness. So beautifully the whole thing aligns that the five functions of the cosmic energy, the cosmic presence, they all work in tandem so that the experience, the highest experience can be delivered. In exactly the same way, when the incarnation, he performs the Leela, every part of it can beautifully take us into liberation. Yes, Swami.
So, in fact, what Swamiji is doing exactly that, the way he elaborated this story, this happening actually. To me, what I'm seeing is that the two things which is getting explained in the whole way it is happening. One is that Leela is a part, this, like five faces of Sadashiva, Srishti, Sthiti, Vinasa, and Tirovhava and Ishwara Anugraha. The five functions of the five faces of Paramashiva. So, Srishti we understand, Sthiti we understand, Vinasa we understand, means creation, maintenance and destruction we understand. And that is what actually all the other religions only talks about the same thing. This is the very depth of Hinduism is when Swamiji introduced, or the Agama has introduced about these two dimensions, which makes the entire Sanatana Hindu philosophy extremely unique, is the Tirovhava and Ishwara Anugraha. This the Tirovhava is basically putting into delusion. So this Maya is also a part of him, and Ishwara Anugraha is the liberation is also a part of him. So he is doing these five functions. Now, when the Maya happens, the individual actually completely gets. He's saying in the just now we concluded. He's saying the whatever game is happening, play is happening, you are completely attached to it. So that's why the whole we get completely how Narada is completely affected with his life, because he's completely kind of attached to everything happening in his life, fully attached. He's not able to dissociate his attachment from the facts, and because he's not able to dissociate his attachment from the facts, that's why the sufferings of that moment is becoming terrible. So two things he's telling. One thing is telling that he can put anybody into a delusion, but at the same time he's giving the knowledge. At the same time, it is his grace. It is the grace of Paramashiva when he decides, when he gives the knowledge, the delusion loses its power over us. Delusion also a part of him, but when he expounds the knowledge, that delusion also loses its cover, and the reality is revealed to us. So in Sarvottara Jnana Agama, when the divine incarnation here, first of all, is when Avatar has landed, the very appearance of the Avatara is for liberation. So this entire Leela, what Swamiji is corroborating, the whole Leela which is happening in our Nithyananda Sampradaya, whatever is happening, when we understand the very Leela dimension of it, each one is awakening to a new frequency, new planes of consciousness. We are all evolving in this Leela. And if it is only, what Swamiji has said, actually to give this liberation, Bhagavan has to come down as a human body, only this work can be done. For all the other functions, he doesn't need actually. For creation, sustenance, destruction, putting into delusion, he does not need a body at all. That's why all the entire humanity is pushed into some or the other kind of illusion. Nobody is knowing the reality. So, when the divine incarnation happened, suddenly we should come to this understanding that divine incarnation has happened for taking us out of the delusion, means giving us the liberation, signs of liberation. So this dimension of avatara is to liberate the human being, to give the knowledge, to remove the cover of Maya. He has happened, and the whole game, the whole play is happening in such a way that we will understand the dimension of Maya, and with his grace and compassion, we will be able to come out. When we understand, we don't suffer, life becomes a play for us. So that very lucidly he explained here in this in this video which you explained, and which I am understanding, which is happening in the Nithyananda Sampradaya. And I really believe every devotee, every person, every disciple, every sannyasi is feeling the same, truly feeling the same. Is the divine Leela of the Avatar Purusha is happening. And anybody who wants to become a part, who wants to jump into this Leela, who wants to go beyond the Maya, cover of Maya, can actually come and join this Paramashivam program, can, which is running continuously. And for last more than 60 days, it's the program is continuously running. It's a record actually. And simultaneously, the other, the Akhanda Samadhi Jnana Yajna, Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna is also happening at the similar time. More than 50 countries are actually participating. People in thousands are sitting together and practicing the unclutching meditation and raising the consciousness of the planet Earth, removing the sufferings from the life of the humanities by adding peace into their life and peace into this cosmic consciousness, which is happening at the very grand way. So come, join, do not restrict yourself, join anything, either become a part of the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna or be a part of the Paramashivam program and experience this, evolve in this whole sampradaya with the Avatara Leela, being with the presence of the very Avatara of Paramashiva himself has come down to raise all of us and cherish and enjoy him, is what we need to listen. We need to join the very celebration. Yes, Swami.
Yes, Swami. And speaking of celebration, we are in the middle of one, and Nithyananda Purnima Brahmotsavam is happening right now. And exactly, the Brahmotsavam is simply nothing but celebration of the happening of an incarnation, celebration of Leela Dhyana. Every day, the Nithyanandeshwara Devasthanam in Vidadi, our temple, we come up with the Leela Dhyana Alankara. Every day, the deity is worshipped, celebrated in one particular Leela that Swamiji has conducted. And that happening is celebrated. And through that celebration, the truth expressed through that happening is imbibed and expressed in all of us. And today, it will be the Ardhanarishwara. Swamiji, Paramashiva, expressing the Ardhanarishwara component of Paramashivatva, where the part, the Parashakti part is an equal component in the whole presence of the incarnation. And how the both Parashakti and Paramashiva are present in the same deity in equanimity and expressing and radiating their presence so beautifully. And through that, allowing us to understand that the the masculine and feminine aspects of who we truly are can be expressed. And through this, we can overcome so many. The Sanatana Hindu Dharma very intrinsically supports, built in, the celebration of the Leela Dhyana, so that that can be imbibed. The truths can be imbibed. So today, it will be the Ardhanarishwara, that component of Paramashiva that we will be celebrating. And this is the essence of Brahmotsavam as well. Through the Brahmotsav, every single day, we celebrate one Leela, one happening of an incarnation, consciously created happening. We can say it's a divine play, yes, but it's a consciously created happening. When that, through that happening, so many of us can be liberated. And this will come for ages. I remember Swamiji once mentioned that it will take at least another 2000 years, 2000 years for us to completely imbibe what Swamiji has brought from Kailasa. That's remarkable. All the powers, all the gifts, everything that Swamiji has brought from Kailasa, and he has shared with all of us. He says it will take another 2000 years for humanity to digest all of that and to come to terms with it and truly understand. So that's a phenomenal number. And the way it can happen is through the Brahmotsav, through the celebration of the Leela Dhyana, how every action of his, we can go deeper and deeper into those truths and start imbibing them. And today, we are going to celebrate the Ardhanarishwara component. How anybody who has seen Swamiji, anybody who has met with him, has had his darshan, or simply received the Shakti Pada, the energy transmission, the energy sharing from Swamiji, they would know how both the Parashakti and Paramashiva are equally present, equally radiating from Swamiji, through Swamiji. And this gives us the ultimate peace inside us when we relate with it.
In fact, Swamiji, Swami, just in one discourse where Swamiji was asked actually, and somebody put a Facebook message to Swamiji, why don't you look for your second half? Swamiji has replied very clearly, I am not half. So I am not half, so I don't need another half. So that's what is, I am full. So the whole understanding actually of Ardhanarishwar, if we understand this, from Swamiji's life, so many sannyasis have actually attained the fulfillment of the gender fulfillment inside themselves. So whether it's that is how actually the sannyas has happened, when you go beyond the gender. See, actually, the girl is turning towards the opposite gender, or the male turning towards the opposite gender is basically not, feeling complete about the gender. So even when Swamiji is expounding the whole spiritual science, it's like Shiva is the Purusa and Shakti is the manifestation part of it. So the Purusa is the part of it which is the essence, which is the pure consciousness, and the Prakriti is the manifestation of that part of the consciousness. So we can say the manifest and the unmanifest part of the consciousness. When both together becomes, it is the Ardhanarishwara. So every being has this deep kind of a longing for the other. That longing is there because of not understanding the unity inside oneself. When the individual finds attunement within, that's how Swamiji explained that every male is 51% male and 49% female. Every female is 51% female and 49% male. So when the female component, that means in every male there is a female component. In every female also there is a male component. When the female component in the male is not suppressed and the male component in the female is not suppressed, then they achieve the fulfillment inside. So it is the inner suppression of the other component in us. For example, a child, we don't, if a male child in our household, we try to suppress the, the other side of the component is we don't ask the child to, the male child to play with, baby, with those things, like with ornaments or with the clothes of the girls, or the female child, we don't allow them to play more with the sports of the child, like driving a car or all those things. We give different kinds of dolls also, different kinds of games also for child. We separate based on gender. We discriminate between child also. So that happens because of that, they suppress the other side of there. So what Swamiji is explained, when we don't suppress the other side of us, the male does not suppress the female side of us, of that person, or the female does not suppress the male side of that person. So they attain to the unity of Shiva Shakti, and that is what is the manifestation of the Ardhanareshwara. So that's why the whole completion of in everything is when we discover the Swamiji's the Ardhanareshwara dimension. That is how each one feels, whichever gender he feels, each one feels complete with Swamiji, whether male or female or child or old, everybody feels kind of a union with Swamiji, because Swamiji is very casually gets united with every being, is because he is the incarnation of the totality. So the Shiva Shakti, the whole presence of Shiva Shakti, the union of Shiva Shakti is what is revealed in this Ardhanareshwara incarnation, which actually we are celebrating the happening of the Ardhanareshwara, and in that whole get-up of Swamiji's deity is been decorated in the Ardhanareshwara form. So the Leela of Ardhanareshwara is getting celebrated today. Yes, Swami.
As you will see today, we are going to be celebrating the Ardhanareshwara component, and so beautifully explained by Atma Puja Swami, how both the Parashakti and Paramashiva are equally radiating and blessing us today. And through every aspect of the deity, we are going to see the visualization, the meditation on the deity itself is going to invoke that same presence, that same experience of Parashakti and Paramashiva equally present in all of us, in our inner space. And that is the ultimate experience that the Leela Dhyana can give us. Throughout this Brahmotsavam, every day, we are going to look at one Leela, one aspect of the presence, one happening in the presence of an incarnation. And through that, we are going to imbibe that characteristic. So beautifully, the Brahmotsavam, the celebration itself, will lead us into liberation. And Swamiji has many times talked about this. It's always in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we just move from one celebration to another. There is never a gap. There is never any day in the temple there is no celebration going on. He gives the example of the Tiruvannamalai temple, the hometown of Swamiji, where in the temple, it simply goes from one celebration to another. So 365 days of a year, or the extra day that we have, every single day is one celebration. Living with the presence of the incarnation. Every day, the Leela is celebrated. Every day, the Leela is meditated upon. Every day, the Leela is giving us the ultimate truth. Such
In
a
fact,
vast. Go ahead.
yes, Swami. In fact, what you say, you were explaining, how the celebration is the most important dimension of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Actually, it is not there in any other forms of like Hindus. We say that we have 365 days in a year. Actually, we have more number of festivals than the number of days in a year. So that is that is what we always talk about, that Hindus have more festivals than the number of days in a year. Why it is like this? If life would have been really in any other religion, life can be bored, but Hinduism is absolutely, you can never get bored because it is filled with celebration. But the center of celebration is Guru and God. The whole life is centered on God. Other people who are not associated with Hinduism, they tends to get diverted in their celebration by adding something as a reason for their celebration. In Hinduism, everything, the reason is only divine and Guru. So that's how we, imagine you cannot sit in a particular place and meditate for 24 hours. So you are going to eat, you are going to wear clothes, you are going to take baths, you are going to do several actions in a particular day. Imagine whole mechanism, the whole science of Hinduism is such a way is made. You take bath by chanting the mantra of divine, and same way you come and do puja of divine, worshipping the divine. Then you again go and cook, which is Naivedyam for divine. What Naivedyam divine likes. Every action, whether you dress, what dress divine likes, whether you put a tripundri or what kind of chandanam you are going to put, or whether you are going to put a tilak, the kumkum and the vibhuti, all these, and the mala we wear, the rudraksha mala, everything, the dress we are wearing, the kind of color we are choosing, everything is based on what celebration is the core celebration which is happening today. Based on that, how we are going to do the procession, then what are the different times where we are offering food to divine. So if you really look into Hinduism, it is absolutely actively participating in life is all about Hinduism. It is absolutely life affirmative. It is not life negative. And it is pure participation with life. So this Leela, actually the whole Leela, introduces the humanity to participate into the life to the very core. So you participate in the celebration, you participate into every affair, but who's the core, who's the reason is the Guru, is the divine. So when it is so easy, that's why outside world may think, these guys are celebrating day in day out, why don't they are not sitting and meditating? Some people might question. We are actually, we are doing much more than meditation actually. In meditation, your mind may deviate and go here and there, but in Leela Dhyana, it is effortless. That is why the whole Leela Dhyana is so easy. It is a gift of the cosmos. It is a gift of the incarnation to the humanity, because for Leela Dhyana, we don't need to do any effort. With effort, no Leela Dhyana happens. Leela Dhyana is the most simplest form of lifestyle. It is the most simplest form of lifestyle of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. When we live this, when we live around the Guru, when we live around the incarnation, our life automatically enters into Leela Dhyana. We don't have to do separately anything for that. That is why for the people who are in Leela Dhyana, No other techniques, meditation, practice, studies, all is not necessary, because the whole practice is practicing the devotion to the Guru. The whole scripture is looking at the life history of the Guru. The whole tapasya is the Upanishad, listening to the master, and the whole action is the instruction of the master, is the Guru Bhakyam Kevalam. Guru Bhakyam Kevalam. So this becomes the very life, is what is the whole thing. Yes, Swami.
And I also wanted to bring to attention how the Paramashivam, the most positive happening on this planet, through that, the Leela Dhyana, how Swamiji expresses that, the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, how every day he allows the cosmic presence in various different forms. And of course, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, there has been so much vast research that has happened, and every aspect, every dimension, every characteristic of that cosmic energy has been given a form so that we can relate with that presence. And through that, now we have so many deities, so many possibilities for us to connect with the ultimate. And through all these possibilities, Swamiji is allowing those cosmic energies, those cosmic beings to express through himself. Through the dhyana, the leela of those very cosmic energies, those presence, Swamiji is allowing us to connect with them. Through the bhava samadhi, the leela can be celebrated. When we meditate on every form that can express through Swamiji, as the embodiment of all the cosmic energies, he can express any bhava, any cosmic energy. And when we relate with that through Swamiji's presence, then we simply imbibe. We can relate with that energy. We can celebrate the presence of that form of the ultimate. And Swamiji, being the embodiment of all the cosmic energies, simply allows us to celebrate all the forms through himself. This is extraordinary, and in such a way that we simply have to relate with that form that Swamiji expresses so beautifully and so casually, so naturally. And many times it has been the experience that the fulfillment happens when, let's say, Swamiji allows even the people who connect with various different forms, the fulfillment of their devotion, the fulfillment of their connection, their way of connecting also happens. Just extraordinarily how every single possible way, every possibility, Swamiji allows us to connect with him and to connect with the ultimate.
Yes.
The Leela Dhyana, the Samadhi, the Bhava Samadhi experience by itself can lead us into liberation, can lead us with that oneness with the ultimate. Now, the Paramashivam happening has been going on, and this is the 5th season of Paramashivam happening. And this is the part, this is the time when Swamiji is actually revealing the secrets, the deep secrets from the Sarvajnanottara Agama, and how through that the Leela has come forth. If you see how this whole the Agama was delivered, Paramashiva himself delivered to Lord Subramanya. And of course, there is so much of Leela happening during those times when the Agama was getting delivered, and how we earlier heard from Swami that the same happening is going on right now. The delivering of the Agama, the sharing of the deeper secrets of the Agama happening right now. And if you are fortunate enough to simply even hear about this. Let's make sure all of us are part of this. Paramashivam is the greatest gift that can happen during testing times that we are. One of the greatest happenings on this planet. The incarnation is available. We are available with a purpose to fulfill. The incarnation has made himself available in any which way with unending compassion, uncompromised compassion, to simply give us that as a boon, us leading ourselves into our own fulfillment, our own completion, our own oneness as our goal of life, purpose of life. And Swamiji being there, he's made himself available. All we need to do is simply make ourselves available for that whole alchemy to happen. For that, all we need is to simply have an internet connection. There's nothing else that is needed from our end. Simply connect from the comforts of your own place. Log on to paramashivam.org. Find out more which time zone suits you better. Of course, this is a worldwide event, and so there is being offered for multiple time zones. So find out which time zone works for you, and you can choose where and how and when to join this process. And Swamiji is right there to give us that experience. It does not get easier than this. It has been simply, we cannot even call it a low-hanging fruit. It is a fruit that has actually already fallen and ready and ripe for us to consume. So it is so right there. Log on to paramashivam.org so you can become a part of this conscious breakthrough. The breakthrough of all experiences, the breakthrough of the Leela Dhyana, the breakthrough of the Bhava Samadhi, everything happening, the culmination of all of that in one major event. Paramashivam.org. Log on and register yourself and be a part of that. Yes, Swami.
In fact, all of us also should share, because this great happening needs to be shared in all the media and all the platforms of social media, in Facebook, in Twitter. We can go and start sharing this as much possible, because let each one gets to know this great Leela is happening here with the presence of the Avatara, the incarnation of Paramashiva himself, who is again expounding the event which had happened thousands of years before, is again getting enacted. Again, Paramashiva is revealing the truths, and again Agama is getting revealed to his disciples. So not to lose this opportunity, but to share, to rejoice yourself, to celebrate with others this very moment of bringing the space of Subramanya and listening to the teachings and the revelations of Paramashiva directly. So, as we were understanding this science of Avatara Leela, always the form and the formless. There are many people who are stuck in the formless experience, that divine is up. At the end of the day, divine is formlessness, and so they hook on to the formlessness. And I have seen some people, they want to connect with the formlessness, but actually, in Swamiji himself, if you look at Swamiji's life, what happened in him, how he got united with the divine. It started with actually Ganesha. It started with feeding Ganesha. If you look at Swamiji's life, the first experience, we call it asampragyata experience, the experience with the form, with the divine. If formlessness experience is the right way immediately to connect to the formless, it would have been the right way, then Swamiji would not have traveled that path. Swamiji has traveled the path which is the path for every humanity to go from the form, from the aspect of the form. That is why in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all the divine deities, all the deities are the representative of the formlessness, the divine personification and the divine existence. So these deities, when we worship, we say that we don't worship a stone, we worship Shiva. When we worship the Shivalinga, we don't say, oh stone, give me this, give me that. We don't say that. We say, oh Shiva, please have your compassion on us. Please listen to us. We don't talk to the stone. We speak the very intelligence which resides in the stone. That is why the prana pratishtha is such a mechanism in the Sanatana Hindu parampara. The prana pratishtha happens, means the energy of the Parambrahma Satta, from that the energy when is installed into the deity, and the prana pratishtha is done only by a divine incarnation. A divine guru only does the prana pratishtha. Mantra pratishtha can be done by other methods, from various methods, getting the energy from the Atma to Akasa, Akasa to Vayu, Vayu to Agni, Agni to Jala, and Jala to Prithvi. So this methodology is methodology of through mantras, bringing the supreme energy and down to the installing into the murti, into the deity, is the mantra pratishtha. But the prana pratishtha is directly, entering the bringing the presence of the divine incarnation into the deity. So whichever place, wherever Swamiji has installed any deity, Swamiji has touched or energized very prana into the deity, infused very prana into the deity. That deity is a living incarnation by itself. It is an independent intelligence by itself. So because of this very science, always the whole Hinduism become available uniquely to every individual, that he or she can get connected to the ultimate source through this form. So we call these deities are the Achala Murti, means unmoving. They are sitting at one place, but the very energy is the expression, is the character of the divine, the very source. When the Achala Murti is there and the Sachala Murti happens, Sachala Murti is the manifestation of the same formlessness in the Swarupa of the divine human body. Sachala means which moves, Achala means which does not move. So Sachala Murti Swarupa is the formless divine. When it appears in form, is called Sachala Murti, is the Guru. So we have Achala Murti, we have Sachala Murti. Without the Sachala Murti, the liberation does not happen. That is what the 5 phases of Agama, the phase of liberation, says. The Sachala Murti, for the purpose of liberating the human being, the Sachala Murti happens, the divine lands, and the divine incarnationhood happens. So this understanding, when it opens up inside us, we get awakened to the very presence of Swamiji, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan, part of this Leela, where the unfolding of the ultimate truth is happening between the Guru and the disciple, between Shiva and Subramanya, is the whole whole thing needs to be grasped. Such a huge occurrence for the planet Earth. First of all, happening of the Sachala Murti, and Sachala Murti, leading everyone into the spiritual evolution, and in the midst of the evolution, like how the Bhagavad Gita happened between Lord Krishna and Arjuna. Lord Arjuna, as Swamiji says, both are divine beings. So, in his Leela, to explain the humanity, how this has happened, same way to explain the whole humanity, the science of Agama, the whole scripture is revealed, the whole truth is revealed, and now again it is revealing to us for this purpose of uncovering the impact of Maya, or withdrawing the curtain of Maya from our life and introducing the Pati, the Shiva, to us, who is inside us, who is residing us, to awaken us and to get united with the Shiva Tattva, with the Guru Tattva. So, in fact, Swami, you can expand further how you are feeling that at this point in time of the Leela, how people should participate in the whole thing. What should be the participation we are expecting from people? In which way the participation of every individual can be enhanced? If you can throw light upon it, our audience can be more ready for the whole happening.
Yes, Swami, definitely. And this is inbuilt. This is an inbuilt mechanism, like we are saying. Our whole life is simply celebrating the presence of the divine in various forms. First, at least for most of us, we get introduced to the deities. We celebrate the presence of the divine in the deities. And then, if we are fortunate enough, and if we have the right listening, if we have the seeking for it, then we start celebrating the presence of the divine in the incarnation. And ultimately, the incarnation points us back and says, start to celebrate the presence within you. So this is simply the whole life is celebrating the presence of divine. And exactly during this time, the Brahmotsavam is meant for that. And how to become part of it, how to participate in it, is simply just doing that. How in all of our temples, we'll have the grand Alankar being done. Alankar that expresses that divine play, the divine happening. And through that, simply by meditating on that form, all we need to do is just imbibe visually the form of the divine and allow that visualization to become our conscious visualization. When that happens, the cosmic energy, the incarnation, is actually ready to manifest through all of us. And this is a very powerful technique, a powerful meditation that Swamiji has time and again given us the opportunity to experience. The Leela Dhyana, the most endearing way that we can connect with the Leela, and how the grand celebration, the grand Alankaram can by itself lead us into that liberation. If you see, all the major temples are celebrating this Brahmotsavam, and they will have the window of opportunity for us to even just get a glimpse, the glimpse of the deity, the Alankaram, the grand decoration, the grand picturization, visualization that can happen. So Swamiji beautifully describes this science. Even the gold, the metals, the bright metals, the vibrant colors that are part of the Alankaram, they are meant to attract our eyes. so that we will be fixated on the form. And when we are fixated on the form and we continue to meditate, then the form itself is an independent intelligence. We start relating with the form, with that aspect, with that dimension. And that intelligence opens up inside us. It is a very clear science. And this is exactly how, when you simply follow the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, follow what has been given as the Charya Pada, the simple life, the simple living of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. When you, starting from the moment when you wake up to the time when you retire in the night, every single thing that you do, during a Brahmotsavam, you visit the temple, you have the glimpse, have the darshan of the Leela Dhyana, and also, even from a physical aspect, during the Brahmotsavam, what is part of the celebration, what is part of the offering to the deity, and us taking that own, the same kind of food, the same kind of, whether it is liquid-based food or solid-based food, whatever the deity is having, simply us also having the same thing, consuming the same thing. That is how the whole Charya Pada can itself lead us into liberation. During the whole crisis, when the crisis was at its peak, and we can never say that the peak has come down, but when the Corona crisis happened, when it hit very heavily on humanity, Swamiji simply went back to that. He showed us by example, by leading us to go through the same process that Parashakti, as the Samaya Puratal Amman, what she goes through during this period, during this time, what happens with her, how she observes a fast, a very unique fast, so that the whole of humanity can come out, the immune system of the all of humanity can be boosted. And by doing that, creating a space, a conscious space.
Understand? If your blind spots are healed, Swatantratva will make you manifest extraordinary powers. Swatantratva is the state of Sadashiva. If you start living that state, powers of Sadashiva will manifest in you. Understand, I am not giving you Swatantratva as alternative lifestyle. I am giving Swatantratva as a native lifestyle. It is not alternative lifestyle, no. It is native lifestyle. Give a try. Give a try to native lifestyle, not alternative lifestyle. I am already working to make 108 feet tall, single granite, energized deity, Statue of Liberation, which will be installed in the west coast of US. We will give you concept of liberation. You tried with a concept of liberty for 400 years. Try concept of liberation for next 40 years. Soon you will see Statue of Liberation in the west coast. Liberty statue is always single piece. We don't make piece by piece. Essence of first session. Your behavioral, lifestyle, thinking patterns. Your behavioral patterns, lifestyle patterns, thinking patterns. Look into it. How much is real? Method of handling you, or how much is really dumped freedom on you. Open up your blind spots to you. Seeing others' blind spots, 2 eyes are enough. And this time I'm going to try an extraordinary yogic fiat, literally initiating all of you into third eye, blindfold, reading remote. And I am ready with the science. I am ready with the science and the software. Last 2 times when I tried, it was an absolute success. 100% success. So now I am taking it to the next level. When you start understanding your blind spots, actually, literally your third eye opens. To look there, 2 eyes are enough. To look here, your third eye needs to be opened. When you look here, third eye opens. It has nothing to do with your background. It has nothing to do with your past. Which country you belong to, which religion you belong to, which background you belong to, which gender you belong to. Nothing related to your past. If you decide to look into your blind spots and heal it, in the future it opens. Understand, all powers of Sadashiva manifest based on your decision about your future, not your description about your past. Your resume is not required for power manifestation. Only your future plan is required. Your future plan matters, not resume. What you want to do matters, not what you have been. That doesn't matter. Fortunately, past is dead. Powers come for future, not from past. So contemplate on how you misunderstand dumped ideas and concepts as freedom, miss the real swatantratva. Actually, you unable to handle yourself is a fashion statement. I am really surprised. Adults come and tell me, I am not able to handle myself, Swamiji. God. One of the biggest shock I had in my life, when I was in my polytechnic. In those days it used to be called as polytechnic, nowadays they call it college. It's not actually college. It is stupid school only. After 10th SSLC and all the machines you use there in that workshop, you can see only in museum. No industry uses those machines. If some industry is using those machines, don't work in that industry. And anyhow, when I was studying, morning around 3:30 to 4, I'll get up and freshen up myself and sit in samadhi. So 9 o'clock college, 8 o'clock I'll get up from my samadhi and get ready and go to the class once in a while when I don't feel like sitting. My roommates, they will say, we don't know about what you do, what you think while you are sitting with your eyes closed for 4 or 5 hours. But one thing, we are shocked how you are able to sit for 4 or 5 hours continuously. That was the first time I was shaken inside And I told them, what do you mean? My body, I decide to sit, I sit, that's all. That was the first time I cognized there are people whose body or mind does not listen to them. It was a shock for me, a rude cultural shock from Kailasa to Buloka. Bulokic cultural shock. If you have even few seconds or minutes in your life where you say, I am not able to handle myself, then you have either freedom or freedom, not swatantratva. Swatantratva is the true freedom. Let's drill our life and look into the blind spots, heal them, complete them by next session. So your third eye can be completely awakened to look beyond what you can see through both the eyes. Blindfold reading is not just a magical power. You can read blindfolded, you can see blind spots. It is the ability to see the blind spots of life, not just blindfolded reading. Blindfold reading is the side effect of ability to see the blind spots of life. So I'll teach you to see the blind spots of your life. You will be able to do blindfold reading also. State brings powers. When you manifest powers, you are established in the state. And these powers are not siddhis, they are shaktis. Shakti comes when you become Shiva. Siddhi comes when you are trying to travel towards enlightenment. Siddhis are Ramba, Menaka, Urvasi, sent by Indra to divert you from enlightenment. Shakti is manifestation of you. Siddhis are different, Shaktis are different. Understand? In the Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga, you get Siddhis. In Sadashiva's Shashtanga Yoga, you get Shaktis. I belong to the Sampradaya of Sadashiva's Shashtanga Yoga. So you get Shaktis with the Shaktipada, not Siddhis. If you want Siddhis, you need to go to some other address. Not in Mysore Road. Mysore Road leads to Shaktis. Let's gather for next session. After the meal break, let's gather for next session. Thank you. Be blissful. Yes. Yes, come on. Let's come back to the real job. I'll give you the essence. Two-step. One, psychologically exposing your blind spots about you to you. Means I want you to contemplate for few minutes the major blind spots you have. Blind spot means thought current which creates again and again pain, suffering, suffocation, incompletions in you. Because of wrong cognitions. About freedom. I tell you, when I look back, how I was brought up seems to be the most perfect freedom. But no modern day kid can understand. No pizza, no burger, no internet, no cell phone, and no Facebook, no unnecessary roaming around with friends. Either school or be with my spiritual gurus. No question of eating outside the home. Even if I tell all this for the modern day kids, it will look, life? Then what is fun? I was analyzing actually. In Indian villages, if you do something wrong, parents will straight beat you. In the Western society, that is called abuse. But if you dump them, drug them completely with antidepressant and put them to sleep, diagnosing some disorder, ADHD, BDHD, CDHD, some psychiatric disorder, and dump them with antidepressants and dump them with medicines which puts them in sleep. So that is not abuse. I'll rather get beaten by the parents than beaten by the drug industry. I'll rather choose this as my freedom than that. Spend few minutes in contemplating the wrong ideas of freedom you have, which is a blind spot, creating incompletions, pains, due to which you missed many things in the life. I don't even want you to be writing pages. Just find 10 items, that's enough for me. If 10 of your blind spots are exposed to you, that's enough for me. Don't show it to anybody. It's only for you to look in. And the second step, I'm going to initiate you into awakening your third eye, which is going to be very powerful initiation. I think one of the strongest Shaktipada I've ever done is going to be today, because the whole software is ready. It's actually like software only. Just upgrading your software. All invitations from Guru is invitation to upgrade yourself. You can click either do now or do later, not now, remind me in the night. You can click anything you want. But I am an invitation to upgrade yourself. We will have the initiation today. First time, third eye, blindfold reading initiation through two-way video conferencing, not even physical, remote. And I commit with you, I will make it happen because software is ready. It is successful. It is already successful. I tested it. Tested, finished all the repairing and everything. It's ready. Only thing, after the initiation, just go and sleep. Just go and sleep. You need this energy to settle down in your system. It will not be a sleep actually. When you go back and lie down in the bed, it will not be a sleep. It will literally be like a turiya. Turiya avastha. Like whole body will have that tingling and that living current. It will be turiya avastha. Few minutes. Discover at least 10 blind spots related to freedom in your thought current. Like, because of your wrong idea of freedom, the pains you go through, or the incompletions you go through, or the possibilities you missed, please pick up the paper and pen down at least 10 blind spots. Now you'll enter into initiation. Understand the signs. I'm going to create the most subtlest vibrations called mantras. It is not actually sound, it is vibrations. And put these vibrations in your third eye so that calcification can just melt down. It can open up. What Krishna says to Arjuna, Divyam dadami dechakshu. O Arjuna, have the divine eyes, look at the reality. You may think, oh, to that scale are you going to open it, Swamiji? Whether one door is open or all the door is open, you will be able to see whatever is inside. So many doors for more people to use, that's all. Even if one door is open, that is enough for you. In your case, you are the only one going to use. It's not that you are going to become guru tomorrow and going to let your whole world to walk through you and becoming door. Maybe that will happen after some time. For you, this is more than enough. To result is expected from this Shaktipada. One, you will be able to read and see even if you are blindfolded without using these two eyes. The science is successful even for born blind people. Already we tested. Second, you will be more and more able to see and heal the blind spots in your life. Understand? Morning, whatever the truths I was sharing, I'm going to just record it inside you. So this becomes your cognition automatically. Almost like instant enlightenment. If you try to become more and more difficult, Sadashiva has to make things more and more easy. You don't have to close your eyes. Because if you close your eyes, I know what you will do. I don't know, whenever people sleep and wake up, first thing they do is they verify with others. Did anybody see? So you don't need to close your eyes and you don't need to concentrate. Actually, your concentration is useless. No, really, I'm telling you. How much you see, your whole mind itself is only skin deep. Your faith is hypocrisy. Your doubt is hypocrisy. Your fear is hypocrisy. Your suffering is hypocrisy. Your ability to concentrate is hypocrisy. Even your ability to indulge is only skin deep. Neither your concentration nor your restlessness is useful. Both are only skin deep. The process I have to do is literally bone marrow transplantation. I am not fair and lovely guru, understand? I am a bone marrow transplantation. I am not fair and lovely. your concentration is not required. That's the truth. Because I am not going to work on your logic or mind. Only if I need to give you that feel-good feeling, I need to ask you to concentrate. I'm going to work on your depth. You imagine anything you want, I don't care. Actually, I only need your physical presence here. I don't need your mental presence, I don't need your psychological presence. Because all that is only skin deep. Any guru who says, concentrate, then you will get this result, means he doesn't know the technique. I'm telling you. He ran away before getting trained. He's apprentice. No, really. Apprentice. Because you cannot concentrate, that's a reality. That's the reality. And even if you concentrate, it is only skin deep. One sound is enough, dumb, over. All your concentration, poinde, it's gone. So, you don't need to concentrate. You don't need to close your eyes. Sit, eyes wide open. I'm going to work on your bioenergy, means the very core cognition where that I is vibrating in you. Aham Spurana. Upanishads call it as Atma Spurana. Ramana Maharshi calls it as Aham Spurana. I call it as Ananda Spurana. Where the Spurana of your existence is happening, I'm going to work on that. I'm going to just kindle the Atma Spurana of your being. For that, your concentration is not required, it is useless also. Spurana, the core naked part of you, where you are not even wearing this body as a cloth for you. The true nirvana state of you. So when I am entering into that space, you need to be awake. You don't need to be concentrating, but you need to be awake. If you fall asleep, then I don't have a right, as per the enlightened ethics, to enter into you and touch that pure nirvana space of you. See, in that space, you, me, Sadashiva, all are one and the same. Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat, all of them meet in that Atmaspurana space. So from that Atmaspurana space, I am kindling your Pratyagatma Chaitanya, the individual consciousness, to manifest itself through your body and mind. Sorry for many Sanskrit words, but I will translate. Listen. Pratyagatma Chaitanya means the individual identity you feel. Whom you feel as you and who you are really. See, who you are really is connected to me and Sadashiva. From that space, whom you feel as you, I am connecting. Means it's almost like a drilling from inside. Not from above to below, from below to above. Above to below, you will get only siddhis. From below to above only, you will get shaktis. Understand? The space of who you are and who I am, who Sadashiva is, all three are connected. From that space, I am drilling it to space who you think you are, your body mind. Reaching to your aham spurana. That is why the power manifestation is so easy. So if you have Atmalinga already initiated, if you have Atmalinga, take it and keep it on your third eye. If you don't have one, don't worry. Just sit with your eyes open. Here, literally, I am electrocuting your third eye. The whole inner awakening is nothing but continuously electrocuting your third eye. So it forgets how to go back to its dead state. The whole inner awakening is making your third eye forget that there was a period it was sleeping, it was closed. No. You should not even remember there was a period it was closed. Only then you are out of danger. Like most of you don't even know there was a period in your life you did not have these two eyes before your birth. You don't even remember that zone. Same way, you will not even remember the zone. There was a time you did not have third eye functioning. That is inner awakening. With this I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Sada Shivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Speaking webinar on freedom. Freedom is not choices. Having more choices does not guarantee freedom. And to really choose, to really have the freedom to go on your path and fulfill your purpose of life, that is the ultimate freedom. Swamiji beautifully shared. Dieting is not reducing weight or not gaining weight. It is more eating for your goals. In the same way, if you apply that analogy, then it will be much clearer. I may have choices, but if all those choices have alienated me from the purpose of my life, then it's really not freedom. It is somebody else exploiting the idea, the illusion that I have choices. So beautifully, Swamiji has given this groundbreaking understanding, and yet another illusion, deluded thought current broken from the human psyche. So thank you, Swamiji. If you are watching us live on Facebook or YouTube, please be sure to like, comment, and subscribe to our YouTube channel as well. Share it with your friends and whoever you feel this message, this kind of groundbreaking discourse will be applicable, and pretty much all of humanity, we feel, deserves to listen to Swamiji and receive the breakthroughs that every day the Nithya Satsang is providing us. The Paramashivam, the grand event that is happening, has entered season 5, and the very powerful cognitions, divine secrets, sacred secrets are being shared by Paramashiva, Swamiji. And if you would like to participate, if you would like to join, From the comfort of your own home, you can visit paramashivam.org. Paramashivam.org. You can join, register, and choose the time zone that applies to you, that fits your schedule, and you can join the program. You can join the event. There's also the grand movement, the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Dhyana Yajna, where thousands of people are coming together every single day, 24 hours, 7 days a week. They're coming together to be in that meditative space, in that space of samadhi, and contributing to the collective consciousness, the positivity, the healing that has to happen as the breakthrough is opening up. The conscious breakthrough is opening up. To join and contribute your time. It can be any time slot, any 1 hour time slot you can choose according to your time zone. You can visit kailasa.tv/minutes for peace. The 4 is the number 4, minutes for peace. You can log on and join us in this grand movement. Now it is time for us to become ready, become available for the power manifestation, allowing Paramashiva himself to manifest through all of us in the form of powers, the powers that he has chosen, that he has given, and he has manifested himself in all of us. So let us sit in that space of the courtyard in Adi Kailash Sarvajñapita, where Swamiji initiated his disciples, all of us sitting in front of him in his presence and manifesting powers. Let's sit in that space. Let us bring ourselves to that space and welcome Paramashiva to manifest in all of us.
Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Let's start the Bhagavan meditation. Let's go straight. Visualize Bhagavan in third eye and start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Vandhatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasyavilakshyan Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, such a beautiful, powerful cognition that Bhagavan has given, the darshan and initiation into power manifestation. Let's start the power manifestation with a powerful cognition. How he said Swadhantra is the ultimate. Going beyond the comfort zone is the space of enlightenment. With that beautiful space, I am Paramashiva. Let's start the power manifestation session. First, let's understand what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is nothing but a cognitive shift and can infuse powerfulness into any action or state that we are in. It raises the frequency of our body and mind to the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita. Bhagavan beautifully explained how power manifestation happens when you go beyond the movie that you're watching on the screen. If you are beyond the movie, you are able to perceive the screen. You are beyond the hypocrisy of what we perceive as our world, the comfort zones that we perceive as our world. When we go beyond that, it raises our frequency to of our body and mind to the ultimate powerfulness, the Turyatita state. Paramashiva himself has come down to explain to us. Paramashiva, who is Paramashiva? He is the living being. He is very much alive. And the five phases of Paramashiva, Satyojata, Vamadeva, Agora, Tatpurusha, and Ishana, doing the Panchakritya of manifestation, sustenance, regeneration, pulling us out of delusion and liberating. And Paramashiva, who has come down in human form as avatar, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is a reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightenment civilization, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is an avatar from Hinduism and a supreme pontiff of Hinduism. He has made science of power manifestation, yoga, temple-based university, user-friendly for the modern world. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam survived the worst persecution in the multi-level by anti-Hindu element. Kailasa, led by His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam and his diasporas, Hindu diasporas, are working for global peace 24/7, 365 days. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is a founder of Nithyananda Hindu University, which has extended campus of 150 countries. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shamala Pita, Sarvanya Pita, and Swargapura Adinam, and present Maharaj of Suryavamsa Sorangi Samrajyam. Bhagavan has come down onto planet Earth to revive the Hinduism and restore the great Adinam and all the powers and glories of Hinduism. Bhagavan has given us the power of science of power manifestation, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. All the power manifestation, the reference is in the Shastra Pramana, as per the Shastra Pramana, which is the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in Hindu source scriptures. The Apta Pramanas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamars, Siddhas, Alvars, who have taken these great Shastra Pramanas and made it authentic, time-tested. They are the authorities of Hinduism who verified the science of power manifestation in human body, manifesting the superconscious being. Atma Brahmanas. Atma Brahmanas are the avatars who land on planet Earth to revive the whole consciousness into the next dimension. Here, Bhagavan, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium avatar, personal experience of each power manifestation, plays the Leela in human form with a human limitation, human mind, and how ferociously goes beyond the comfort zone, making us realize the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva and manifest the state, space, powers, beings, and Sri Kailasa of Paramashiva. Bhagavan has initiated millions of disciple devotees, followers are the Shakshi Pramanas who have experienced the science of power manifestation. Here, the Shastra Pramana. Today, he has given Shastra Pramana Vijnana Tantra. Sutra 120, Dana 95.
For the power of consciousness over matter, silicon, is taken from the Vijnana Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. Kvachit vastuni vinyasya shanai drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. Kvachit vastuni vinyasya shanai drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam देवी शून्यालयो भवेत्.
Here, Bhagavan beautifully describes this Vijnana Bhairava Tantra Sutra 120 Dharana 95, consciousness over matter. Having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, vastu, one should slowly withdraw the sight from the object, as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object along with the thought and impression of it. He beautifully says the knowledge of the object and along with the thoughts and impression of it. All our perception, selective reality, each one of us is perceiving the whole what we see with two eyes in our own way. The completely it is hypocrisy, Bhagavan says. If we go beyond that, we will start experiencing the oneness. Bhagavan beautifully gives a beautiful story from a Zen scriptures where Zen master trains his disciple very directly. He asks his disciple to draw a picture of him. And every day he would sit and draw in front of the master. And the master would really beat him up. And every day the disciple would go back wondering why the master is not accepting the beautiful painting that he is painting. Again he would come back, again draw the master, but he would again get beaten and go back. It was happening quite some time that he started literally shivering to go to the master. And it came to an extent that he was literally very shivering to go to the master, and he was sitting completely in a fear mode. And he was sitting with all his like prayers and everything that today you should had a breakthrough. And so beautifully that day the master got up and left the place for whatever reason. And this disciple was so relieved, he drew a beautiful painting of the master. Then the master comes back and says, today you have got it. Why did the master do this, and how the disciple learned the lesson? The master was understanding that the thoughts are going on in different direction, not in the coherence of what he wanted to experience as the space of the master, instead thinking of different things which was going on. So the master had to bring the mind to a coherence. So every day he would install a little bit fear in the disciple, and after that just remove that fear also. Now that he has only one thought of fear of master, and then finally he removes that also to make him experience the ultimate oneness. The Zen techniques, Bhagavan says, are very direct techniques. Here Bhagavan gives power manifestation, which is the very easy and ultimate space that you can experience through oneness with Bhagavan. Different avatar gave different possibility for us to experience. Krishna gave the kirtans and all the dances and everything. Here Bhagavan gives the ultimate and the most beautiful space of experiencing Bhagavan in oneness with the object, with all that we perceive as an extension of Bhagavan himself. He says, when we understand, O Devi, one abides in Sunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists. When we fall into the beautiful space of Sunya, which is the original space of us, which no hypocrisy, no comfort zone, and no perception of this world and the ideas and views and all that we have accumulated in us, and trying to judge a situation, form opinion, or think that we are skillful, knowledgeful, we do understand something from this world. Whatever we are perceiving is just a dream. Bhagavan beautifully says, when you have a rose, don't look at the rose as the texture or the perfume smell or the color or whatever you know about the rose, but go beyond that. What is that which is making that rose so beautiful? How you perceive yourself beyond the five senses as Paramashiva, the inner identity and outer identity, when we drop it at the lotus feet of Bhagavan, we realize the space of inner space within us as the one with everything and infinity. You fall into such a beautiful space. A new you is born from there, which you experience oneness with everything, where you can move any matter because you are now consciousness. We are driven only as matter, as body and mind. Going beyond takes a lot of seeking to that oneness space with Paramashiva. Bhagavan beautifully says we can only experience something, a sweet or a spice or some other taste or the sight and all that. But you becoming that is the space of Paramashiva oneness space. So beautiful. With this Shastra Pramana, we will now go into the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana, Tirumurshai Alvar was an incarnation of Sudarshana Chakra. He was in his mother's womb for 12 months and he was born without his legs and hands, and he grew up and with an old couple who he made them as a young couple, and that young couple had Kannan as a boy who became Alva's disciple, and he had the power to restore the old age to young. And when Pallava king knew about the Kanikannan's powers of making an old lady who was doing some seva in the temple to become young, the king comes and marries her and asks Kanikannan to make him also young. But Kanikannan refused that. And when he refused, the Pallava king got really angry and he asked him to move out of his place, asked him to get out of his kingdom. He was so upset. So he goes to the Alvar and tells him that we are asked to move away from this place. Alvar was so clear that that is perfectly okay. So he goes to the temple and he goes to the deity. The deity is known for Sonnapadi Kettu Perumal. That means in Tamil, the Vishnu which listens to whatever you say. So the Vishnu, he tells Vishnu Bhagavan there that please take your snake mat and roll it up and come now, we have to leave. The minute Alvar said that, the deity started walking with him, and goddess Lakshmi and all the gods and goddesses started walking away from the temple. And after he left, Pallava king realized so much of famine, so much of health issue, disease, everything started happening in the country. So he goes and falls at his feet, saying that he is very sorry to not understand the power that the consciousness they are in, and falls at the avatar's feet, the Alvar's feet, and says, please come back and please bring the deity back. The Alvar brings the deity back, tells him, okay, we'll go back to our place. And the deity literally walks back to the same temple and it is there still. And so beautifully, the king and the kingdom becomes so beautiful. When avatars are on planet Earth, they look very much like everybody, but they are living as conscious being. And every word they utter is a blessing for us. Understanding that as our reality and not going by our reactionary assumptions is going beyond the whole comfort zone that we are in. Bhagavan beautifully gives his own life story in Atma Pramana. Once in the temple in South India, there the Garbha Mandir was locked and they were not able to open the Garbha Mandir. And they called Bhagavan and asked, Bhagavan, we are not able to do anything to the deity. Can you please open the Garbha Mandir door? It is very tight and got stuck. So beautifully, Bhagavan blessed them and said, no problem, now you will hear a sound and you will open it. Once you open it, you will see my footprints in the temple. And really, the devotees, the disciples who they heard the sound, they opened the door and they saw Bhagwan's footprint inside the Garbha Mandir. It was wet and they saw in the wet place Bhagwan's footprint. The ultimate space when you are in oneness with everything, anywhere from anywhere, you can really move the matter simply by being in oneness with Bhagwan. Now, what the Shakshi Pramanas, we have Chitrabanuma who have manifested moving an object on the silicon. She was able to move this object, a coin, on the silicon as consciousness over matter. Millions of devotees, disciples who are initiated experience the power of consciousness over matter. Now place the coconut in your own palm, and first in from your own palm you can move the coconut, and then we can move the coconut from others' palm or on a silicon tablet. So first we will start holding the coconut in our palm and continuously be in the oneness with Bhagavan and manifest this power. Make sure you record everything, all these great things. Once before we had in Mahasannidhanam, one person was very frustrated that the Atmalinga did not move on the silicon, and she was just playing, recording the whole instant. So she was playing that recording. Suddenly she saw in the recording the Atmalinga had moved and come back. So always you don't know that what all gets recorded when you're doing power manifestation, because these are the ultimate consciousness, the presence of Bhagavan happening in your space. So don't miss to record all these great moments, and all these great moments, please share it with everybody at the end of the session. Now let's sit straight with the head, neck and back in a straight line for Kundalini to raise to the Agnya. The most important is remembering Bhagavan in your third eye. Bring your awareness again and again to the third eye, Agnya Chakra. Remembrance is liberation. We are pulling ourselves out of delusion and we are getting liberated when we are in oneness with Bhagavan. So remembering Bhagavan in your third eye is liberation itself. Absolute unclutch from this hypocritic world, from your thoughts, from your words, from all your actions that are only hypocrisy. Other than that, nothing exists, Bhagavan says. It is simply a longer dream. That is all how we perceive this world. All that which exists is consciousness. All that you see is consciousness. We can see as consciousness or we can see as matter. It's like we can be in deep sleep or we can wake up. So we getting into the space of oneness with Bhagavan, we become Paramashiva space, the consciousness, the witness, the awareness, the listening space. Do the Tyaga as you are Paramashiva and he is the only strength. Now declare the complete integrity, who you are. The Paramashiva space in you is who you are. That is the integrity with Bhagavan. And experience the deep feeling connection. How you feel you're a male or a female, or you're young or old, that much you should feel Bhagavan as you. You are the Paramashiva. You are not experiencing Paramashiva. You are Paramashiva. You start manifesting as Paramashiva and raise your integrity by chanting the Mahavakya, the secret, ultimate secret password that Bhagavan has given. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now we'll have a oneness capsule for 11 minutes and we will roll an object from our hand, preferably coconut from our hand, record it, and finally after the cycle is over, we can share the details. Now let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Remember Bhagavan, contemplate on the truth. What Bhagavan said, everything, all the thoughts, words and action, what we experience is only delusions. The inner illusion is projected as delusion. So unclutch from that. You are beyond from your inner identity and your outer identity. Do the Tyaga of what you are not and raise yourself only strength, I am Paramashiva, ultimate integrity with Bhagavan, and experience the oneness as you chant the Mahavakya. Let's start intensely. Literally, your whole being vibrate with Mahavakya. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. We'll play the oneness capsule.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasannidhanam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Nithyananda. So beautiful. So many people experiencing the consciousness over matter. Now you can place the object, or you can have it on somebody's hand or on the silicon. The silicon is from the mud. It is earth energy, like how Bhagavan said, the Bhumata responds to us. That is why silicon or the water body responds to us so beautifully. Even the sannyas initiation is given in the water body because we entangle in that very quickly, because our body is made of 70% water. Same way, all this matter responds to how the silicon is. So if you keep an object which does not move by itself, which is stable and which has a weight like a deity on the silicon, please switch off the phone as you do it and keep an object on the silicon, or you can have the coconut on other's hand. And let's start the second cycle. Have the will persistence. What is beyond the comfort zone? Start looking. When we start seeking, it opens up. There is nothing else. You start looking for consciousness as your ultimate space, the Paramashiva space in you, the ultimate space in you. Bhagavan himself will start manifesting as Shakti. His presence will more and more be experienced by you in each of the power manifestation, and life becomes a power manifestation as living as gods and goddesses. So now let's sit straight. Let's start the second cycle. Let's chant the Mahavakya intensely. And please record all this so that at the end of a session we can post it. So let's sit straight, visualize Bhagavan in third eye and start chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant with the oneness capsule that we are going to play now again. Continue chanting, we'll play the oneness capsule for you.
Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Nithyananda Paramashivam Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
So beautiful, what an experience. This is for the social media. If you're part of Paramashivam program, please go ahead with your poll and next session. For social media, YouTube viewers, Facebook viewers, and NTV viewers, please go ahead and share your experience in tinyurl.com/power-manifestation. Bhagavan beautifully says, pulling us out of delusion, and liberation happens when we start experiencing the space of enriching and causing. Enriching is pulling ourselves out of delusion. Again and again, the words that we utter, from the hypocrisy words, from the comfort zone, we break and make people experience that we have manifested the consciousness over matter. When we are telling hundreds of people, we experience that as our reality, and causing other reality to experience Bhagavan and bringing them to the satsang by demonstrating this power. Simply we experience the oneness with Bhagavan more and more intense, expanding ourselves into the superconscious space of just oneness with Bhagavan. Now, let's surrender all this power manifestation and powerful cognition to Bhagavan's lotus feet, and in deep gratitude thank Bhagavan for beautiful experience that we had, and ask Bhagavan to make this consciousness, the Paramashiva space in you, as reality. Deep seeking and deep request in gratitude and humbleness makes our consciousness as reality. So with that, let's remember Bhagavan and end this session with a Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnamadashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much for participating. Please make sure you're available for Kailash Courtyard Manifesting Power sessions. Bhagavan himself initiates and makes all of us experience the quantum entanglement. Don't miss and share with your family and friends all these.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.